Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for joining us. A couple of household issues. If ever the lights go off for a while, don't be worried. We have backup generator, but it needs a couple of seconds to switch. In case of air alert, if it's an aircraft takeoff from somewhere, we just stay here. For those who want to use the shelter, you'll be free to do that. If there's heightened unsafety, we will all congregate on the minus first floor, and we suspend the event for the duration of the air alert. Good afternoon. I'm the president of Kiev School of Economics. I was told to have you greeted, so I am, which I'm doing, greeting you. Should I say something? Why we're here? We're here to discuss why all state universities will eventually die out. It's a provocative statement. Sure, private university ditto. But anyway, there's the nation. There's the aircraft or aviation university. Here they will prove me wrong. But it's a democratic thing. I think that on a serious note, in technical education, there's a huge challenge. No matter what we would think, not all children are actually motivated to go there. Because, as you see, psychology is much more popular than STEM subjects, although STEM provides in all other indicators better results. I don't want to insult or somehow diminish psychology, but STEM usually is a good career indicator. If you look at how and what people achieve after STEM. And we see children who are willing to go into STEM, but there are also many children who don't want to go to STEM. They want to psychology and other philosophical pursuits. Why is this happening? So STEM has to be popularized. The quality of support, you know, the PISA analysis gap, 5 years between rural and urban schools. In STEM, in reading skills, critical thinking skills, that means we will have an undereducated nation pretty soon, plus demographic crisis. So we need to put some effort together to make STEM more popular, to make education better, to put some, to invest some resources in it. We gotta pour money here, because if there's no money, there will be no people working there and no education, therefore. And there's huge demand on engineering jobs, in even just work types of blue collar engineers are in very much demand. It says that before the war, the difference between salaries between an IT guy and the steel worker was 50%. Now it's only 10% gap. Steel workers, I'm not even talking about complex hardware, tailored engineers. You have a, if there's engineering team that will build a drone that destroys Moscow, I think everybody would want some of that at the moment, but there's a still systemic crisis in education all over the world, and if we don't deal with it, the next cycle, if God forbid there's some more war, there will be no one to actually win it, and so there should be more money and PR invested in it, and we gotta learn and teach. It's about national existence. So on this optimistic note, I would like to thank you for attending this. Now, thank you, Timothy, and thank you for Kiev School of Economy and the whole team for them to be co-organizing this event together to respond to such a short notice, understanding that the education doesn't exist in a vacuum, it's an ecosystem. So I'm Natalia Mikolska. I'm the executive director of the union Diia.City United, co-organizer of this event, together with Kiev School of Economy. Who are we? Let's run my 2 slides of presentation on the screen. It doesn't take long. I just have to do it to clarify why we're getting together, why the Union of Tech Businesses are talking about education all of a sudden. Who we are the Union of product-related tech companies, residents of the Diia.City space. What we're doing, we're working together. That's the word we like, Spilna Diia, which is a joint venture, joint effort. And all of our speakers on this panel discussions I got here to exchange ideas how to create this space so that the tech businesses in Ukraine would globally grow. It's important for us to have global mindset because Ukraine exists as a part of a big global ecosystem, and why we're talking that we are co-venturing with education, because you can't do it without education. It's a foundation. We have some 70 plus companies with us. Why plus? Because we have companies joining us every day. As a lawyer by background, I like fact checking. I don't like to be erroneous to give you a wrong number. We have MacPower, Ajax, Genesis, Gas, Net Academy, Nova Digital with us, retro style games who are designing, developing great games. Nona Bank, MacP Group, Oklahoma. So there are many great product vendors. So we made a survey. We like to adapt new data sets, and so we made a survey among the Diia.City residents before we run our union, before we create our union, in order to kind of gauge what problems they perceive. So the priorities, other than taxation, mobilization, and it's one of the main priorities is education and its development. So it was quite a good coverage survey. We also have among non-residents in Ukraine, and it just speaks volumes about why we believe education is so much of concern, because it is of concern for Ukrainian tech businesses. And one more important thing, let's put some screensaver. I'm not only as the executive director here from Diia.City United, I'm also a mother to teenage gentlemen, 16 and 10. One of them is still studying outside of Ukraine. The other one is in Ukraine in STEM education in Basis Private School. One of them loves STEM a lot, and the other one doesn't so much. He's more into sports. But as a mother, I want my children to want to stay and learn in Ukraine, so that they would have Ukrainian universities in highest priority alongside with world-renowned universities outside. So my mission as a person that is non-stop learning, to make everything possible for our academia to actually develop and grow and improve. So let's all of us on the outcomes of this meeting make one commitment. What each of you can do actually to improve education in Ukraine. Just one thing. Make it public, like a year commitment. And then after a year, we get together, match clocks, and see what each of us managed to commit to and deliver. And it all creates our movement forward. So the way we are working today, the agenda is begins with the keynote speaker, who is still on the way because an important meeting delayed him. We will have a business panel discussion for the businesses to say what they need in education and what business is ready to provide for education, because it's a two-way street. Not only do you demand and expect something, but you also have to deliver and to sell something. There will be an educational panel. There will be a panel discussion with private and state-owned high schools and universities. There will be a high-tech startup panel into educational projects, not school-based, not tutorship-based, but those that deal with large-scale educational projects as curriculum building for higher education. And then we also have the authorities represented by certain people here, which is a chance to communicate to them something important. We're working very high tempo. There'll be keynote speakers. Next, we don't aim to find all the answers for all questions today. We need to ask, we need to outline those questions. Because before you start to solve something, first measure your baseline where you are and compare the needs and capabilities of businesses and education and the authorities as well as experts community. So it's a high tempo event. Be concise, be spot on. Moderators will keep an eye on that. We have fantastic panel discussions and great speakers. If you don't manage to ask your question today, if you forward it to us by email, we promise to get it through to give you some answer. We will also create some feedback form for that. It's just to make sure that if you don't manage to. By the way, after the event, there's networking and informal communication on the terrace here. So they told me I have 3 more minutes. So let's do a quick survey. You know, I feel like a marriage animator. You know, I have 3 more minutes to go, and so let's do a quick survey. How many academia or educational projects are represented here? How many of you represent businesses? How many of you represent civil society organizations? How many of you are from the media? How many of you are from the authorities, the local authorities included? So we're still working on it. So basically, if the authorities will be getting beaten for something, they might be embarrassed. It would be great for them to take a chance to speak today. So, who believes I can afford talking like Timothy? I will say that high-tech education is now in a crisis. Who is in favor for that opinion? Unpopular, as I see. You see, I only raised my hand at the end so that I don't have an influence. Who believes that high-tech education is transformation, not in crisis, but in transformation? So there's also crisis to transformation, as Timothy says. Who believes that our high-tech education is on quite a normal development level and corresponds to the best benchmarks in the world? I would say it's we are at some point where we at least have to start this, and maybe it's good that we are still having some time to wait for our keynote speaker to measure our perception. That we are all more or less understand what the challenge is. There are different opinions as to how critical it is or not, and how deep we are in the crisis in transformation, but that's the situation. And now I have one more survey for you. How many of you believe that transformation of higher education, well, at the moment we are in an ideal situation, we have enough resources, and it can happen in 5 years' time. The transformation of higher education. And in an ideal world, who believes that it can take 10 years? 15 years. Now question. We are now in real Ukraine and we are at war. How long it takes to transform the high-tech education in this situation? Is it 10 years? 15 years? 20 years? Never. Well, you know, Timothy, I'm following your steps, making everything so optimistic and lighthearted. But I think it's a good story, at least, that we have people who believe that in an ideal world, when we have enough money, resources, we can do that in 5 years. Because these are the people that are usually the drivers of that flagship of the terrain changes. Let's measure how many private, how many state-owned academia here. State-owned. And then now private academia. We have both state-owned and private in the same room. But you did invite many state-owned. These are the only ones that showed up. But some of the regions are online. Let me remind you, we have an online broadcast, all of this. We tried to invite colleagues from technological academia, from all the regions, especially frontline regions, because that's who needs most support. Part of our attendees are online. We're trying to be as inclusive as we can. But it's only, I'm reminding you that it's only the beginning of this discussion. We are not abandoning this topic. It's not in our interest. In our union, we apply product-based approach, and we see anything we start through to some closure. And here's our keynote speaker. I want to invite Vice Prime Minister. I may be saying wrong, but science, education. You say it aloud or yourself. What's your position in innovation? And our digital minister, Minister of Digital Transformation, Mikhail Fedorov. Thank you for being with us. Hello, everyone. Is it okay if I stay here? Greetings, everyone. I'm so happy to see you. I wanted to talk to you about education today. And I think there's no better place to talk about it because you are highly motivated. You all need motivated, effective people, and you're all investing in education. You know that from the last year on, my team and me are part of the transformation of the education system in our country. And it's some kind of challenge, so to say, because it's a peculiar system to transform. But there are many challenges that throw quite a wrench in our way. So where we're moving, what's in our heads, what's the vision, what are we planning to do tomorrow, and why it's only possible to do with you. The task that we need to accomplish is only possible to accomplish with you. You've heard about the economic targets, regardless of whether it's 1 trillion GDP or the way I like to dream, at least $30,000 of GDP per capita, so that we are in the top 30 countries in from 15 years, not 100 years, and put Spain down from place 30. In order to do that, we need to build our human capital. Education is the foundation of that, to have human capital. And we need to change the structure of our GDP. If we look at the rapidly growing countries, 2030 by GDP, what's the structure of just GDP? They are all high-tech companies generating high added value, and all these companies need people with certain competences and skills that we need to instill and build with our children: math, STEM, English skills, and many other competencies, depending on profession you choose in your particular country. So we started working on that. We set some targets for ourselves to achieve, so we came up with this vision of the future to explain why we're building a certain education system, what we need to do, what do we need to do at every stage of education. So we started to implement these changes. So now we're rebooting the new Ukrainian school initiative. It's about those competencies that we need to instill in the first place. What do we need to change in curricula, training programs? How do we change the educational space? Because it's great to talk about innovation in such a high-tech hall like this, but whenever you go down to some local schools or academia, you don't always get a vibe that is conducive to new ideas. But it's important to get children to classrooms from online, because it's basically a catastrophe to have COVID hitting just before the war, and they've been learning online for so long, and the PISA rating shows that we're lagging behind in all the EU countries, and we need to catch up. So we're working on that. We're trying to make our education less bureaucratic, but then we launched Protecting Ukraine. But let's also talk about what we can do, what's on our minds. So our task now, we've been working on New Ukrainian School for some 8 years. And we need to reassess, realign ourselves what is the meaningful thing for us in education to work on, and so that we, in spite of the war, still would catch up step by step with other countries, with payroll, with salaries, with professional trainings, with individual educational approaches for our children. How do we improve the skills and knowledge in math, natural sciences, English skills that are important prerequisites for someone to find a place in the new economy. I'm not listing you all the challenges. I'm just saying what I think today would be the most productive to focus. I'm reading currently a book about Han Academy, how they use AI. It's a book recommended by Bill Gates. It was one of the lead prominent books about education. The key idea of this book is that tutors and individual educational trajectory, whenever there's someone managing your educational trajectory and you have this group dynamic in class when you're lagging behind 20% and then you jump to a different class and then you lag behind them, so there's a gap between the program and your skills. But when there's a tutor who can guide your educational trajectory, it's a great thing to have. But not every country can afford a tutor for each child. And AI basically solves this problem. Han Academy is probably the biggest academy in the world, and he, as a founder, he was a beta tester of ChatGPT 4. And when he saw that technology, he said that that's a revolution. It's like Aristotle for Alexandria. It's something incredible that will lead our students' educational path, and it's a point of revolutionary growth. So we need to catch up, because we stayed offline for online 2 years, more than other developed countries. But thanks to AI and the capabilities we have, I think we have the potential to do it. We will talk about AI much more. For you, I would like you to know that we're working on re-evaluating all the competencies within the new Ukrainian school. And if you have people, I'm sure you have people in your companies who are doing something for education, they could join our work group that is developing new standards and would crash test what's in those programs and curricula. It's about how to teach, what to teach, and how it should look like. Because if you look at our course books now, school books, it's also where we can potentially grow quite a lot. We started working on keeping together digital and paper books, and it's hardly nowadays relevant with one without the other. There's digital version, and there's paper workbook to it. So we need to update for all of our subjects these course books to attach physical to digital and vice versa. So this is another area where we can cooperate to improve our educational content. So we're now relaunching the new Ukrainian school, how to be more active in using STEM education, using AI, and to update not only the content of education, but the course books that children work with as well. So in this block, that would be the most important. I would also like to talk about our dreams, which also includes AI. I'm going to be moving rapidly. We don't have much time for this keynote speech. So I covered AI. I started myself to test different AI systems. I was shocked to find some Ukrainian-based products. The English school who designed their own AI module, who is great to design educational goals, something that is our national system of education would use much better even. So they set you goals, they help you set goals, distribute time, how much you have to work on what, and then the AI talks to you on a quite high level. I think they used ChatGPT, but it's Ukrainian-based product. I think in all the subjects we will have similar functions in Maria. I was testing with ChatGPT when I was reading this book. I'm still reading it. So I was asking a question to this machine. Please assess my level of English. And it says, I think you have level such and such. And I say, so we start talking about different topics. And then I ask him, what I said before, could you pinpoint my errors? And he's doing that the way no other teacher in school would do that. He would not insult me. He was not unpolite with me. He encouraged me, but there are some criticisms that if you take this into account, it will be ideal. It was great. And I said, wow, what is... So this is all incredible opportunities, and I think I myself come from a small town. I never even had English courses, only for 4 years primary school, and then I just skipped it. So the level of instruction and availability of teachers, if you look at rural areas, they're incomparable with cities. So there are gaps in there. So AI potentially can be the tool for us that allows us to deal with these gaps, educational gaps. And I would like to encourage all of you, your businesses, to please stimulate, motivate people more to deal to work with it, help us, and we will do a board meeting soon of 20-30 IT companies with CTOs, those who work with the AI, to for you to share all of our needs, all of your ideas, and we'll maybe start and build new revolutionary products. So let's go on. Professional higher education. I will unite two blocks: professional, so vocational training, and higher education, because higher education is, for us, it's philosophy mostly. So, but there's some suggestion from us. We would like to provide more freedom to professional academia and higher education in general. We're doing some things. We're now building about 100 workshops for different vocational training schools and professional colleges all over Ukraine, for them to actually make money while they train. But our task is to give them freedom so that businesses may work together with professional high schools, provide some investment so there's a capacity to earn money, to apply their talents for the students and staff. So the whole businesses, all the businesses who would like to be members of the supervisory boards in this academia, you're very much invited. So let's talk about higher education. This is an important thing for me. Just last week we passed a decree that allows us to elect independent supervisory board for higher education and academia to join the experiment. We're going to be paying donor-based funds. We're not going to be using the state budget. The supervisory board will elect the rector of the university, introduces KPI for them. Supervisory board is elected by the same principles as NABU and special anti-corruption prosecution. The supervisory board elects the rector. It's all online broadcast, because interview KPI set. So quite stringent. The university gets more financial autonomy and independence, as with the National Aviation University. They're the first of this project. They don't need to approve their funding with Treasury. They have much more leeway in the process. And we need to put the universities out of the tariff grid. So there's more availability for business in supervisory boards. The supervisory board is not just legalizing the rector of some ancient rector who's just sitting there. It actually has powers to manage the academy and then the transformation of the academy itself. So we unblocked some funding formula. How many students are there? What's your science rating? So it's a complicated formula. We will be improving it. Plus, it's all about philosophy. Sometimes we're select steps, sometimes we lag behind. We also introduce grants. 500,000 newly enrolled students receive grants to co-fund their training in universities. There was an unfair system. We want to implement a system money follows the student, so that budgetary faculties would not be a race, but a quality selection. So if I would go to Zaporizhia National University for sociology using a state stipendium, I wanted to go to university in Kiev, but my score could allow me only to go to Zaporizhia. And I invested I would rather invest more money and go to Kiev, but I had, for my high score, I would be then reimbursed more money. So the money follows students, and the money can land not only in the private but also state school. I don't know how many new students were enrolled based in grants this year. Many, yeah. So we have a lot. So the model is working. It's fine. Next year, maybe the parliament will help us to scale it up, to cover all universities with this model, for all professions. And then the universities that are less effective, that are not adapting, they won't be capable of having great students. So that's an organic filtering of effective versus non-effective. So exiting the tariff grid will allow the academia to hire teachers on commercial basis. So it's a bit philosophy. What are we doing? Where can we cooperate? So the key message for me is that there are now 3 universities, we already said that, have joined the pilot project, but we didn't even announce yet, didn't do any open call. We just talked. 3 universities, Zaporizhia National Aviation and Transcarpathia University. So we have 3 universities. The executive order is published. We'll do an open call. We create a website for it's like those of you who work in business and entrepreneurs. You remember your high school, your university, and you would want to take care of it, but there was something standing in between on the way, like a wrong model or other factors. Now you can become members of supervisory board. You can elect the rector, set the tasks for this rector, and together commit to develop your university, invest some resources. So as a national aviation university started to transform quickly when they have supervisory board and some freedom, but now in the pilot phase. And it was an informal pilot, now it's formal, and then it will be translated into the law. Now it's just an experiment. So there are many more things we managed to do, but these are the key important things. We want more financial freedom, we want the management to be committed and responsible for what they declare. We want the money to follow students, not money follows rector who has connections to the Ministry of Education. And then you have much more freedom. You are not bound by programs and standards the way private universities do. So we borrowed this model from Western universities, from Kiev School of Economics. As soon as I was reappointed, and we wrote those functions down, we started consulting businesses to get their needs, and this is where we arrived at.
I would like to explain you a bit why we are setting up Maria. It's another philosophical idea for us. When we think about 1 trillion or $30,000 per person, and the fact that we are lagging behind, that we need to rebuild our system of education. When we think about all of that, we realize we don't have 20 or 30 years because the world keeps developing. It's not waiting for the war to end. In Ukraine, we don't have certain opportunities, so we are changing the standards, and shortly we will change them again. And usually, educators say that we need 10, 15, 20 years to understand what were the results of the previous reform, but we don't have this kind of time, and we would like to see how the innovations influence the current situation. And here's the question: how do we understand what are the real-time consequences of these reforms, how the new standards are implemented, basically any innovation? You need to have a dashboard to choose some criteria to understand how reforms work. Also, if we want to create the fastest education system in the world, that's what we want to do in economic magics, and we need to implement new knowledge very quickly. Uh, so let's take ChatGPT, Cloud AI, OpenAI, or any other innovation company. So if we create a modern education system, we need all the educators to be leaders for our children, because a lot of things depend on tutors, on teachers. So our goal is to make all the teachers in Ukraine know what is Lama, how it works, give the content, how to explain it to the children, and then we need to give the children opportunity to review the content if it was unclear from the teacher's words. And we need to think about how it can be done across the country thanks to the new technologies. So we got the idea to create the Maria product to do everything so that children, educators, teachers, students in Ukraine have this app, and we need to make it valuable for all of them, and we need to explain to the whole nation what this new technology means, how it can be used, and we need to have a channel to deliver this information. On the other hand, we need to have a dashboard to see what changed, what was the progress from one semester to another, what are the grades, where we can find 10 talented students who know how to create a bomb. So we need to find the talents and to understand how our solutions change the situation. We now have a portal, an application, a whole ecosystem. 40 schools are already participating in this project, and I hope we will find more. We will gradually deal with the higher education, and ideally it should be a learning. And actually it keeps me up for the last two nights, this idea, this book. Just imagine if Maria has a personal tutor who will help you to set educational goals, and knowing your standards, your curriculum, your homework, they will advise you whether you are going the right direction or not. And you'll be able to say to the tutor, sorry, I didn't get anything in this formula. and he will explain you again and again without scolding, without saying that you are wrong, you are bad in these disciplines. They will answer you as many times as you ask. And I think it can become a game changer for us. It can become an answer to the question how to speed up the development of our children. And there are now equivalents. We are currently testing ChatGPT, another well-known French model, and we are feeding this content to the model. It learns, and then we keep testing and improving the quality of the answers of this AI. So if we take all the educational materials, all the manuals from the curriculums, if we upload them to the AI, if we teach the models, if we improve them constantly, we will finally get helpers, tutors in every discipline that will help our children to set goals, that they will help our children to um, improve their knowledge, they will train them, and it can become a true game changer. So, if you already deal with similar projects, you are all invited to our team as consultants to help us implement this project. Because what I found in Ukraine, what already exists in Ukraine, is quite impressive. Okay, this is clear. Here you can find an email address. You can take photos. I will be happy. It will prove that it was interesting for you. Actually, I hope to gather 20 or 30 companies at the IT arena, and there we will have a more detailed discussion. Today we don't have much time, but there we will discuss all the cases where we'd like to use AI, and we will search for architects, specialists, and models for the implementation to become the most advanced country in the world in this direction. And I think we need to implement this. It's great that we have Maria, Dia, we have the platforms where we can test these solutions. And recently I attended Glob.Sec, it's the second World Security Conference, and they are actually assessing different cases of AI implementation. And I know some cases when in Ukrainian companies they make people undergo the follow the courses of AI, and then they keep asking people, why aren't you addressing these problems with AI? That's what we would like to do. And even when we're analyzing legal acts, we started using AI uh, so that we don't miss any legal act. So we're going to use AI everywhere to uh, create this DNA in our ministry, and then we'll try to implement it to suggest it to other ministries. And we would like any service to be digital, and all the new things will be created using AI, first of all. So we need to create an economy with a high added value, and that's why we need a different approach to education. We need to create the most flexible, the most speedy education in the world. That's why we need new standards, new technologies in the education system. We need every child to have a tutor who will lead them. We need our teachers to be happy, to be uh, energetic, and we would like them to want to implement new technologies. We also need higher educational institutions to have freedom. They need effective managers who will be able to implement changes. So my message today is the words of gratitude to you for great models in your companies, in your institutions. Let's join our efforts because we have everything to set up the education system I was speaking about. And we have successful pilot projects that prove that not only we can speak about these things, we have great ideas as to offline education, and believe me, it's not a popular decision, but I won't go there. So we know how to work, and you're all invited to join us. Thank you. I know that Mikhailo has to go. He has another meeting, but we're going to have a very interesting panel discussion. I would like to speak about the menu, to what extent it's relevant, and we're going to have a panel discussion with representatives of tech business, and we're going to speak about their vision of tech education today, high tech education. We're going to speak about our future, how we can move forward. We will have a great moderator, Diia.Krivda. She will introduce herself and present the model discussion, the panel discussion. Hello, dear participants. I represent a state institution, Taras National University, and state universities will never disappear, and to have such ministers and vice prime ministers, we need philosophy, history of culture, social science, because to develop growth, we also need citizens who have clear understanding of what they need to do. State is a service, and state education is a part of this service. My name is Natalia Krivda, and I would like to invite my great colleagues, panel discussion participants, Alexander Kosovan, founder of MacPo and founder of Venture Foundation and co-founder of Diia.City United. Thank you, Alexander. Artem Borodatyuk, founder and CEO of NetPicked Group. Thank you. Alexei Nishchek, Education Operations Director at Genesis. He is going to speak online. We can see you, perfect. And Anna Adam from Data Group Voda. Thank you, Ms. Anna. We have 15 minutes. So we have 50 minutes, and we agreed that we're going to have two rounds of questions. The first round of questions will be to everyone, and it's going to be about the transformation of education. What are the needs, perspectives, crises, dangers of this transformation? We got some inspiration from the speech of the Vice Prime Minister. And you're going to have 8 minutes, all right, to speak about your vision of the transformation of the education. How is it related to business? What you deem necessary to do within the transformation of the education? The second round of questions will be related to the dreams, what dreams you have. Please, you can start. Thank you for the question. I was really impressed by the speech of the Prime Minister. For many years, we've been supporting this direction of AI and development of education. There are many things to do. I think not only the state has to provide the tools, the market has to be free to get better. As to the current education, from the point of view of business, every university every educational institution has to answer one key question: who's your client? And I think the answer to this question will have an impact on the quality of graduates, on the quality of education for students. If the client is parents, you might create some rankings, filling some forms and papers. If your client is the state, you will get thousands of students, many unnecessary specializations, and many things that do not work in the world. If your client is the student, it means you're going to create great conditions, monetization, but you also need to answer the question, what's next? And I think the client has to be business, because business generates future economy, the future of the country, and you need to discuss with the business environment what's necessary for it to flourish in the country. So I think every educational institution has to answer this key question before they launch any project. Who is our client? Another thing, we need to follow the trends because the world is changing exponentially, and a century ago, the changes could be implemented during 10 or 20 years. Whether today it might take 6 months and no longer to change or cancel a program. We all understand that some things are already outdated, and we need to understand some basics, but we need to have a new approach to new needs. Thank you. It took only 3 minutes, so we are going to have another round of questions, please. I hope 3 minutes will be enough for me too. Uh, so there is a theory of Yahoo Gold Red, the theory of limitations, and you need to choose one thing. And I did a survey for 25 CEOs. And I asked the question, what has to be changed in the education system? So we wrote an article. There are many great points there, and I would like to share another idea. Basically, Sacha already voiced it, but I'm going to reshape it. So we have first point. It's when a person comes to a university, and we proof check all the information, and we have data that in 2020 the average sum of money that the state pays for students is 30,000 hryvnias. Most probably this sum will change. It depends on many indicators, but actually this system, when money follows the student, already works. But what's the problem? This first point is when students choose institutions. The next point is what actually makes sense. It's when the graduates go to work. And we need to have a line between these two points. And we currently don't have this line because there is no motivation system. If you want someone to do something useful, you need to use the pattern from digital marketing. You need to assess the indicators like we do in Google, and we need to look at the actions customers do. we need to follow the same system in educational area. We need make these um, thousands of money um, work, and we need these universities to create specialists in the um, most demanded areas. I think we are going to keep working in this direction because while getting ready to the speech, I already got a clear vision, and we need all the activities of universities to be directed at the employment of the specialists. It will change everything. And um, for example, we employ 50 people per month and we never look at the diploma. We need to teach people all over again. We also released an AI course and it became viral just in one day. Thousands of people follow this course. We developed it for our own employees, but we made it public at some point. So basically, businesses um, shape the educational system on their own. It's not right, and we need to think about this B point, the final point. That's everything I have to say. Thank you. Thank you. I take notes. How many minutes? 4 minutes. Brilliant. Miss Anna. Thank you. As an HI director, I can say that educational institutions teach specialists. So people get a specialization, a diploma, and who do we employ? We employ our workers, our employees who need to achieve certain goals. However, the posts, the positions, the vacancies we open do not correlate with the specializations at universities. And some competencies we require among employees are not developed at one faculty. And there is no program to satisfy our need. And we need to change this mechanism, how we develop new profiles of new specialists, because those who graduate need to understand it's the reality. So it's very important to have the cooperation with the educational institutions because the profile of my post can be described 3 pages. Sorry for my accent. And I cannot find people who would correspond to this description. And we also face another problem. For people to get a diploma, they need to follow all the stages of the preparation of the specialists, but it's not always necessary. We cannot wait for a specialist for 5 or 6 years. And another thing, D&I is a very popular topic today. We often say that women have to start working at the previously male positions, but there are no conditions for that. And it's another task for the business environment, for the educational institutions, how to create opportunities for women to occupy these posts. It's not only a matter of education, it's more than a matter of education or a place of work. Thank you. Thank you. 3 minutes, 30 seconds. Can Alexei hear us? Um, Thank you for being with us. The floor is yours, please. Yes, I can hear you perfectly well. You have 25 minutes. No, no, we're going to have another round of questions. Perfect. So I'm going to argue with every speaker we could just hear. First of all, I would like to view universities as partners, not as clients, because um, students are the clients because they are using the services that universities provide. They come to learn, they pay money for that. So students are clients of the universities, and of course, I agree that one of the possible tracks is employment. But why do we forget about the science track, the scientific track, very popular around the world? And when we speak about Ukraine, we replace it with the employment track. We need to work to develop great scientific initiatives, and business, in partnership with universities, can um, make it true. And on one of the last slides of Mr. Fedorov, we could see how business can cooperate with the state, with state universities. So Genesis company, our team, is already implementing 5 of the 7 points. And I realize we are partners for the universities and we need to jointly develop curriculum that will allow students to choose later. Either they're going to work in a great company, or they're going in academia to fulfill their potential there, and it will be useful for business too, to cooperate with R&D centers. The business will provide their own requests, and universities, together with students, will try to achieve the set standards. Unfortunately, I could not be physically with you today. I could not raise your hands in the beginning, but I would say that we currently have a transformation of the education. I think that in 5 years, everything will be great with the education in Ukraine because our team of 30 plus people in Genesis cooperates with the Ministry of Science and Education, with the Ministry of Digital Transformation, and we want these transformations to happen. And I really share what Mikhailo said in the beginning. We developed the all Ukrainian courses together with the Ministry of Science Education, Ministry of Digital Transformation, Horizon Capital, Diia, and 20,000 students underwent this course training, as well as many thousands of teachers. And I can see hundreds of motivated educators who want to learn new things. Of course, we have challenges. There are many obstacles, lack of funding. We need bigger salaries. I completely agree with that. But we have hundreds and even thousands of people who are really motivated to change something. We can achieve the goals. And uh, if we are pessimists saying that universities don't provide specialists, we want to go further, and I understand that all of the team members in Genesis have higher education, or they are still getting a degree, and they graduated from great educational institutions. And we realize that schools and universities provide the foundations. And I really suggest we look at top managers without higher education. Let's answer the question whether they um, show an example of great decision making uh, if they didn't follow the specialized courses in economics or maths. So I'm rather optimistic because I can see many universities eager to change something. I can see hundreds of teachers who want to change something, as well as businesses. We are one of such businesses. We truly try to contribute a lot into cooperation with universities and with the state. We do it to have great specialists. At the same time, we are not looking for very for specialists with very narrow specialization. All of the 30 CEOs graduated from higher educational institutions, and these are the best universities of Ukraine, of the world. And only having this kind of education, they can show great results. We need philosophy, we need history of civilization, of language to do great things. Only then we can create great products. We also have great contributions from other partners who provide specialists of narrow specialization, narrow profile, and we closely cooperate with the Ministry of Digital Transformation. We know that there are professional technical institutions that provide top specialists, and university give us great top managers.
So I'm a believer in development of education, but we have to work a lot on that. So each of us has to invest our resources into education. Thank you. Thanks a lot. The discussion is quite lively, and I would like to offer my own intervention. Maybe the customers for university are both students and the state and the businesses. But in my professional point of view, and I'm a philosopher, I think the customers of society is customers of education is society. Society can make different needs, tasks, and universal nature of university is that it brings up the mindset, the thinking mindset, how to solve problems. Helicopter view. Thank you so much, and I get back to you. You'll have the. Um, you want to either continue discussion or respond to Alexei? Alexander, starting with you. You said that customers for education are businesses or should be businesses. So I have a question to you, not a provocation, but how you as businesses are ready to cooperate? What do you do? What are you ready to do? What are you going to do? And other than just general stuff, what else do you want to share as a message? Maybe something specific. I will follow up on what I said before. Customers are different, and their society is very unhomogeneous, so it shouldn't be the state that regulates. I think the state should be present much less in the society. No, it has to. No, I don't say it's not. It should be absent, but not that much. I think the state has much more leverage on society and is mostly standing in the way of development. rather than stimulating it. So I think it's important to think how education is funded. And in this case, we have private universities. There are state-owned universities. The state has to be acting as a temporary grantor or sponsor, but it's not for the it's not its daily job. It's not forever. It should be because it corrupts. It undermines the foundations of economic law. I think we need to find other methods of how to fund education. If we look at the Western education, there was a patent law, very popular back then. And a lot of research works ended in universities having a share in patents that they registered together with businesses and inventors. And it became a financial instrument to generate funds for research. Now the patents don't work the way they worked before, but still there are new things emerging. Funding of startups. Maybe the institutes are the future. For startups in Ukraine, the institutes or high schools can be fundamental engines for finding quick solutions, quick starting solutions. So as a result, they can own a small share of those startups. And in some 5 to 10 years, the percentage of these startups, maybe 2 or 5%, will be successful, and those 2 to 5 successful percent can fund a particular academia. So universities have to be co-owners, right? They have to have a shares in new centers. Yeah, sure. So thanks a lot. I hope somebody is keeping track of our genial ideas. Just a couple of words as businesses. What we do as businesses. First of all businesses are on different levels of development, stages of development. The younger the business, the less they have resources in order to work with institutions, with academia, with juniors, with junior scientists. So the bigger the business, the more they have resources for experimental products, including R&D. We as a company, we worked with interns. Now, for the first time, we started working as R&D with different institutes. We had several programs with MIT, non-Ukrainian MIT, but American MIT, and also with Lviv Catholic University, where we asked the research specialists in order to work on business tasks that we can use in the future. And this is an example what we're doing as businesses. Of course, we as businesses, we are interested in providing future to our people. We're investing a lot in education, different projects. So I support a lot of Mr. Fedorov's idea to create an application, not only application, but an approach in funding of education. I think we will be joining this effort in order to help run this program on the systemic global level. Thank you. We see a lot of promise in this. Another important thing is that Alexander, in my paradigm, we say that he cares for human capital. He treats people not as a resource, but as a capital. Artem, you disagreed with something. How many minutes did I have? Do you have 2 minutes? Can I use 4 minutes? Right. So, first of all, what Alexei said, he said he doesn't agree, but I would agree in his disagreement. So there's one nuance. What Alexei is building and what we also started building, and it only started now, literally, we just hired Mikhail Serebrov. Well, hopefully he'll be on the panel discussion here. Is a person who did a lot of stuff in Odessa with academia. maybe similar model to Genesis because it's a great model. And when I realized what they are doing, I thought they stole my idea. Turns out not. So you stole their idea? No, I thought because I described the same thing 5 years ago, but I didn't share the document, so I know for sure they didn't. So cooperating with universities is training the trainers, creating courses, very applied sciences, and we're doing that not in-house but system-wide. So OT says a lot of the right things, but for me it's a romantic attitude. If we're talking about solution to a problem, I still maintain my opinion that there's great that there's science. Science is employment. Students want to learn something, so we add this point B into the system and add some more criteria. But if we support this revolutionary thing to get the money follow the end point in conversion in the funnel, everything will turn upside down. What's it, the Ukrainian to turn something upside down? That's how. So romantics. I quite agree with what Alexei is doing. I thank Genesis for what they're doing, and we won't be overreaching to where they are. We will move to other universities, other departments, specialties, because they are doing quite a lot for labor market. But the mindset that I've heard is too romantic for me, because while we were doing interviews with people, we realized what kind of hell is happening in academia. I'll make you a couple examples. When a person who's not a rector but pro-rector, that the region didn't give her money for that, and so she had to cut all the teachers from payroll. And they were building this academy for many years. So she goes on, and it was a shocking case. So they're doing some documents, some PR campaign, landing. She started doing Instagram. She never done that before. $200 per month with almost zero budget. She sells their own courses and curricula in such a content that it's record-breaking in terms of revenues, and it's a state-owned organization. It's a great story. But why don't other academia doing that? I looked into their promo materials because I don't trust them. I looked into their landing pages. It was very badly made. I've never seen such a bad publicity. But he says we don't have competition, and it was just one case. Why don't you, those directors, the possibility to do it from the get-go? This is entrepreneurship. That particular teacher had this. So do I still have 4 minutes? Just one case. One more case, and there were a lot of similar when there were directors, but the main people they take and when the money ends, in order to do the renovation in their lecture rooms, they rent out some of their facilities, do the repairs there. They rent it out to businesses, receive revenues to pay for salaries to teachers who would rather go, and makes the renovations in the lecture halls. So, and in order to do that, you have to go through 7 circles of hell, because I know the public service who are standing in the way most. So everything's going to be all right. I think there are some great people like Mikhail Fedorov, like Alexei, like Sasha, like many other people. We will solve this because that's the way Ukrainians are. But in order to be simpler, let's not avoid the problems or avoid seeing the problems, but let's try and really solve them. Thanks a lot. That's a valuable description. Those directors who shared some cases to Artem, they were now probably sweating cold sweat because they're probably borderline illegal. No, no, no. It's all is fictional. Everything I told you about is fictional. I just it was a wild guess. For funding, economic freedom. That's what the second panel will be talking about it, Anna. So I want to touch on the topic of students and teachers because it's a very important thing. Because the idea is that the university was building only top managers. That's far from reality. That's not. They are building professionals, specialists in a certain area. And any company, if it's an advanced company, there are two vectors for developing their staff: technical experts, a pool of technical experts. They're tech gurus in their field, in their function, and also line reserve. So those who want to be managers, they grow and eventually might become top managers. So those who make a career in technical area, they make even more money than the top managers, because top managers are just distributing resources. They organize the system, infrastructure, managers, line managers. But only top manager has certain technical expertise and management expertise combined. But why do we invest uh, well, why do we tell students that they absolutely have to become top managers? Because it makes really bad service, a disservice to it. And I know how many such broken mindsets. Like the student comes to me, 15 years old, 20 years old. He says, "I want to be top manager." Well, maybe in 20 years, but not in 5, not in 1 year. Don't raise these expectations so high. So either technical job or management. Secondly, it's very important that we pay too much attention to students and too little attention to those who build those students, the teachers. For businesses, the most important is to invest into core staff, core teaching staff, their methodology, their programs, how they create those curricula. How they assess the quality of those training programs? Does it really match the modern trends and expectations from the labor market? And that's a very important thing. And there are too many international organizations who want to cooperate with us, with high schools, with establishments of higher education, because they're ready to share with us their methodology, share their practical skills, but they have not enough capacity. And businesses can be really good partners to help organize this projects of methodologies development. Yeah, that's one more facet of the general picture. I would just say that we are within the business school. I also represent business school. So maybe a business school is one of the ways to build not only top managers, but actual leaders. We're all looking for leaders. We are all looking for professional and management leadership. So thanks a lot, Alexei. Right here. So you have your 4 minutes, and then we finally wrap up with discussion. Can you repeat the question, please? If you don't want to respond to anyone in particular, we're just talking how businesses should invest in technical education. But you mentioned that already. So what else, if anything, you would like to share? I will add some of my points because I partly agree with my colleagues, but partly I would rather reiterate what I said. Universities don't build top managers; they build the foundation that allows to become a top manager. And it's important because the foundation, to my subjective opinion, is you start building it in school, and the university then provides a great boost to this. Because my own personal paradigm is that university doesn't only provide us training, and there are not only staff and teachers and administration who play a role and an important. University gives us a community of people that where the universities host great communities. I was training my classmate was a person who won prize number 8 in international programming Olympics out of all school children in his time, and I could talk to him, and that's what the university gave me, because the faculty of cybernetics in Shevchenko University united those people between themselves. So that's why universities are a place as a foundation that we get. The foundation which gives us some understanding. How do we live? How do we deal with difficult situations? Because it gives us community, it gives us challenges to learn by. And when they cooperate with businesses, such universities, and there are many such administrations and teachers, when they cooperate with businesses, that's where they get these practical cases, practical advice and solutions to certain projects, etc., that will enable them as leaders. Like all Ukrainian training courses that we have, I'll just give you a little bit of background. We're creating content for teachers that are contemporary teachers that are no standard state-of-the-art trends in product-based IT. We don't train MIT teachers, but they may have only theoretical background and full-time job. So we give them practical environment for them to actually teach others. We give them this practical skill set. So after our course, the students should outline a startup model using Link Atlas. So, and that's what they have to do as a skill. So about 15,000 students have already graduated this course. I see there's Andriy Zaykin in your audience who represents Incubator. So they also cooperate with universities, and they see hundreds of teachers, dozens of thousands of students who attend those, and they are creating startups in that university environment. And those are the technologies and skills that later allow those students to be great specialists and to be great leaders, as well as become top managers later. They will not become top managers right after they graduate. Then they create their own startup and become CEOs in that startup. So there's not much of a challenge in securing funding. There's not enough teachers. There's not enough motivation. Out of my classmates who graduated cybernetics department, I know two of them who actually teach. My two classmates out of 200 who stayed in the universities to keep teaching. I don't know any other person of my classmates who would be teachers in schools. So we need funding to get them there, so that great people would like to go to schools and universities to go work there. We have many challenges in that regard, but we have to believe that we are capable of doing something, not just keep saying that it will fail and only fail. So I'm very optimistic always, because if I don't have faith in that, it's one of our global values, is believing in it, in your cause, dreaming and implementing stuff, because we're doing unique things. So we believe that education will be great, and we invest 120% in this. Thanks a lot. That's why the application will be called Miriam. Thank you, Alexei. We only have 9 minutes. I would please ask everybody. It was pre-planned. It's not out of nowhere. So use this minute to describe your dream and values in terms of education, how you see it, your dream. So let's start from me. There are three things that I'm dreaming about. First, to maximize individual tailor-made education for students, because all people are different. When we try to generalize them to use the lowest common denominator, we lose a lot of high quality. So I am a great believer in AI, that using this technology, education will be made much better, much more individual, tailor-made, with better output. Secondly, corruption-free education, because unfortunately, when I was a student, corruption was uh, rampant and it kills motivation and trust into academia. We have to eliminate this as much as we can on all levels, not only universities but in the state as well. And thirdly, I kind of lost my thought, so let's keep it at two. Thank you. We have stringent moderation. That's why I'm here. So my dream is that schools would have entrepreneurship as a subject to try them, so school enterprises. If I saw something like that at school, I would not waste those years. Second dreams, I want Ukrainians to pass some kind of critical thinking test before they get the voting right during elections. And being elected as well. That's an important, because if it's people who choose, and but Prometheus, we make a public course on critical thinking. We haven't launched it yet, but we want to translate Ukrainian, American training course. That will be a 1 hour investment in fighting populism and all those challenges that we and other countries have. But we have to be smart and cunning. Third dream, I would like it to be fashionable to be smart, so that people would be ready to apply themselves for a long time, so that this long application would be fashionable, not hype. That you work for only 1 month. People are not ready to play the long game. Because we invested companies, we want more companies, so we have ambitious, and we provided a course how to create businesses for managers. There's 38 lessons. To see those videos, you have to look through 50 hours of videos, 60 hours of audio book, and some 60 hours of homework, and plus 40 hours of diploma work. And we split it in 2 years. So for our managers, 70 enrolled in the first group, now only 2 others enrolled, but they're still working. I'm not sure. I'm doing it not the way like you do with. So methodology is to teach them to play the long run. So it should be fashionable to be smart and to be able to work for a long time. Anna, we're running out of time, but dreams always require some more time. My first dream that our estate would deliver on its function of a service. Because, just a small example, we can't employ every third student because they have their problems with health, and our norms in terms of application of regulations, work safety. Like you go to a gym, you have a hernia because you picked up too much iron, and we no longer can hire you because you're no longer matching our standards. And the standards were designed, if I remember, in the year 1952 or 3. First dream. The second dream is that even in technical high school, we should keep their values and humanitarian attitude. So skills and skill sets, business can provide that, can teach that. But for people to be able to dream, to expand their horizon, to what makes us humans with certain values, that's no technology can replace that. If that falls out, it's just it disables them from thinking deep enough in the futures. And thirdly, I want my students to have 3 skill sets. mental health and self-awareness, physical health, and thirdly, financial literacy. Because if people come to us, they don't know how to spend money, how to earn money, it's hard. Thank you. So great dreams. I remembered one more idea. I remember what I wanted to say, but it's about motivation. I dream the educational facilities would have highly motivated professional teachers because nothing can demotivate a student like a bad teacher, and nothing can motivate a student better than a great teacher, even if it's a low talent student and that you can nurture into a genius. And we need more such teachers who can do that. Alexei, now your dreams. Alexander stole my dream. Let me add a little bit to it. I'll just say three things. I like the application Mria, but I'm a firm believer that AI will never replace human beings. We need great human teachers in schools in order to have great students and great people. I've had a lot of interviews with people, and whenever I ask about school, their school education, they say, I loved chemistry, I loved economy because I had a great teacher who made it interesting. And so there should be a certain inspiration is only human being can provide. And AI can add to it as a tool. I think our foundation as people in society begins with school. So I dream to have in school such an environment that strong people would like to go work as teachers in schools in order to build great professional environments so that we have more educated, great people that will change the country for the better. So we've heard our dreams. It sounds like a to-do list, and it's great. I'm going to use my minute to express my dream now. We talked tonight to political partners abroad with a plea to provide us weapons, to provide us funding, but our end goal is not the politics, the politicians who exist, but the voters, like a regular Finnish or French or English person knows what Ukraine is, why Ukraine is having this existential fight for the values of entire Europe. We need not only technical things so that the voters vote actual politicians who help Ukraine. We need to great history, psychology, sociology, everything that makes us people and citizens. I totally share your dreams. I would like to be part of the implementation, but please, all of you, all the businesses and technical specialties universities, don't forget about humanistic and humanitarian part of the work. We are citizens, and that's what most important. Universities are there to build citizens, and that's my dream to universities to be environment where great professional citizens. So we thank the union for getting us together. I'm very thankful to our speakers. You know, I'm not a technical person, but I hope I delivered my humanitarian message. So I wish a success and thanks to the young forces of Ukraine. So,
Thank you very much. Thank you for respecting the time limit. We're going to have a short coffee break, but no longer than 10 minutes. I can see that everyone needs a break, but then we're going to have a very interesting panel discussion.
Рівно 10 хвилин. Я все-таки попрошу вас, хто п'є чай і каву, разом з чаєм кавою сідати до нас. Це ваше.
Я позичу.
Dear friends, let's continue. My name is Pavlo Sheremeta. And actually, Timothy Briggs suggested that I moderate this discussion. It was a surprise for me and for you, probably. I was saying that we need to rush to work faster, and while we are drinking coffee here, our enemies are producing weapons. So we need to keep up with the schedule, with the agenda. We cannot be late. Dear friends, let's start working. That's important because you just mentioned the problems we'd like to address. Look, we have a list of participants. I won't change it, even though I don't see logic in it. Ksenia Semenova, Acting Rector of National Innovation University, Timothy Brik, Rector of the Kyiv School of Economics, Yaroslav Brikula, First Pro-Rector of the Catholic University, Anatoly Manechelko, Rector of Kyiv Polytechnic Institute, Alexander Azhikovsky, Rector of Dnipro Polytechnic Institute, Professor, PhD. The majority of you are probably professors. Irina Volnitska, president of that university. So I'm reading. And last but not least, Irina Volnitska again, once again, president of City University. If it's okay with you, I will try to speed up our discussion. We just heard the pain points of business. I could see the reaction of all the rectors. Many of them were taking notes. So I have two questions and 3 minutes for everyone. Then we're going to have a round of questions for the audience, and then we'll wrap up. The first question is, how is your institution different? What differentiates your institution? Because we don't want to be as everyone else. We want to be unique. And how does it correlate with the pain points the business representatives mentioned? How do you address these pain points the business representatives mentioned? Ms. Rector? Thank you. We mentioned startups today. Actually, the majority of startups deal with such a notion as the death volley, and they actually need to address this issue. We understood that if we do not change our approaches, if we don't find a different model in terms of management, in terms of cooperation with business, in terms of ideology, and in general, our mission in the society. And I agree that universities work, first of all, in the interests of the society and the state. So if we do not do it, we will just stop our operation. So that's why we participated in this double experiment. We are transforming into this state non-profitable enterprise. It makes us plan differently, manage differently, and change many business processes inside the university. The companies that were represented in the previous panel were speaking about their own experience of cooperating with universities, and they are often negative. I think I know why, because very often these cooperations exist in a parallel reality, because the approaches that the business representatives suggest are not part of the models of the universities, and not often the courses they suggest become integral part of the educational process, and the laboratories that are set up are not always open for the students. The projects often exist just for the managers of these projects. Uh, or thanks to them. And very often the processes depend on the personalities. Of course, many things depend on people, but the personalities cannot be the key point. So we need to um, develop new models. Some of them we take from the foreign examples. We cannot teach students to develop startups if the atmosphere and the model of interaction at universities do not uh, work as a startup. If your accountant department at universities are not client oriented, the um, people in the system cannot be client oriented. You cannot teach students to be digital if your own administration uses a paper system. Um, they might get this experience in some companies from other sources, but it's very important to reshape the processes. The project we are currently implementing is related not only to the students, it's about the system of management in the university. It's about the system of transfer of technologies, how the scientific studies can be requested from our university, how we register ownership, how we found startups at the university. We don't have answers to all the questions, but we will really try to find them. So it's an appeal to the business environment. I know that there were many negative examples with the universities, but we need your expertise. We need you for internships, for the programs of dual education. So we would like to ask you to come to our system of management and advise what's wrong with it. And many people from the state and from the business help us. We really need this synergy now. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Acting Rector. And thank you for being part of your huge experiment. Actually, there is the notion of secular acceleration as opposed to secular stagnation. And Timothy Brick, the floor is yours. You have 3 minutes, Rector of the Kiev School of Economics. Thank you. What differentiates us? First, figures. Before the full-scale invasion, we had 150 students. Now we have over 1,000. We have now 17 programs, as opposed to 6 before the full-scale invasion. So we keep growing. We keep opening new directions in engineering, law, psychology, and we are also different because we have a different governance. We are a group of universities. Forbes recently wrote that we are in top five foundations in Ukraine, and this management approach really helps us. As to the role of business, uh, it was really hard to see this asymmetric reality on our market. Some people are looking for talents and cannot find them. Others say that we have talents, but no one wants them. And if you look at the consolidated ranking, the first private university is Academy of Management, but we all know it's not the reality. So how can we move forward with these facts? There is this asymmetric reality, and I think that all those who are gathered here really deal very well with it. They address this problem really well because we work with the market and we try to find the directions that are useful for everyone. We call it alignment. If we see that the market needs it and the state needs it, we try to move in the respective direction. We opened the program for engineers, and we need to go until the end. We need to make sure that the graduates have great results, and we need to assess the real results, the performance. We do not need to divide universities according to their form of ownership, according to their legacy. We need to support those who work well. We have an alliance of Ukrainian universities. There are private and state-owned universities there. We all work together. We just need to be honest about the results and the quality of performance. Thank you. Alignment is a great word, and it's interesting that you're using it in English. Yaroslav Pritula, first prorector of Ukrainian Catholic University. You are adding this religious aspect into our mixture of universities. The floor is yours. Thank you, Pavlo. We were speaking about Mria application. Probably the next one is going to be belief, because we all want to believe that dreams come true. If we need to describe universities in one word, I think it would be a startup, because our university is like a startup. We are going to celebrate 30 years of our restored activity, and the number of startups we produce is enormous. We keep growing, we cooperate with business. We could see a map of how business should cooperate with universities, and we actually covered all the points, and we can add a few other options of possible cooperation. Until recently, I was head of the faculty of applied science, and we had some ideas as to employment, but actually, educating a great engineer is not a complicated task, but we want to address the issues that haven't been addressed yet, and we can actually create new places of employment. We can create startups, we can change the existing companies, we can teach new students, which also means adding new places in the economy. So one of the goals is creating leaders who can create new working places. Sometimes we call them leaders, and we want to have true leaders. One of the things we experiment with, and I'm really grateful to Ms. Natalia, who was speaking about the importance of social sciences and philosophy for engineers. So we want to try implementing liberal arts and sciences education. It's when we try to answer questions thinking out of box. It's when we want our students to approach different problems by thinking out of the box, and we want our students to start their studies at universities without committing to certain problems. We want our children to grow up at the university, and we think the solution is liberal arts and sciences. We call them adults. Thank you. As to the creation of working places, it's basically about the market of innovations. It's the key way, and the next speaker is going to be Anatoly Melnichenko. The previous universities cooperate with startups or are startups. As to the Polytechnic Institute, we need more information. Anatoly Melnichenko. Thank you. Hello, dear colleagues. First of all, I'd like to comment on what we started with. Actually, the state universities will never disappear, will never die. If we do not kill them, they won't die. Secondly, another Timothy said that either it's a private institution or state-owned institution, we can keep developing and keep working. So how is the Kyiv Polytechnic Institute different from all the others? We probably are not a startup, but we were the first ones to open a startup school in Ukraine to scale up this initiative in many other universities. We were the first ones to create a startups festival, and we are trying to develop an innovative platform, Sikorsky Challenge. Our university actually has many directions, even though many people know it as a technical one. We teach engineers who not only comply with the needs of the business environment. Alexander said that if the state is the customer, it's not good. But, excuse me, isn't the state a customer of specialists in atomic energy? Business, excuse me to say that, business will be a customer of those who they need. Of course, our university is different because it has been cooperating with business for a long time, and we already forgot about what others only start thinking about. Such things like needs of the market. We published a monography on the needs of the market a long time ago. Let's speak about 2024. Yes, of course. Sorry, but the result is nothing without a trend that led to this result. I'd like to say that not only we try to implement this dual approach, dual education, we have 70 agreements on dual education, which means that we cooperate with responsible businesses who are ready to interact while preparing specialists. And of course, there is a range of things that are related to foresight education. Not only we need to correspond to the current requests, we need to understand what will be the demands in 5 years. In addition, I'd like to add that we are speaking about the business and the university, but we forget that business has to focus on universities but also on schools. In Ukraine, only 7,000 children were having tests in physics and only 3,000 in maths. And it's a dire result for the country that wants to have more technical specialists. Thank you. Alexander Yazukovsky, probably you have some answers from Dnipro Polytechnic Institute, because we have a demographic crisis plus immigration. How do you deal with these issues? Well, to be brief, I'd like to thank the organizers for this great event. Our difference is in the following. Those who want to achieve something are looking for measures, and those who don't are looking for reasons. We at Dnipro Polytechnic Institute try to create the single entry point, and actually it results in R&D laboratories that businesses set up at our university. And actually we have such partners as Global Logic, SoftServe, DTech, Interpipe, and many others, big and small brands who have labs where students come and where engineering thought is living. And according to the calculations of our foreign partners, over 70 people are employed in Germany, in Bosch, in Siemens, in Mercedes, in companies accompanying these businesses. Our professors have an active stance and have an impact on the future. Starting from the 1st of September, we launched a storage system of 130 kilowatts, and you understand that launching such a project requires 24 months of work in front of us. So can we make prognosis about the future? Yes, we know how to do it. And we can do it in the labs through joint work with our partners and through the dual education programs. It means that we have competitive programs and they are open for the students starting from their second year of studies. Our partners can come and be sure that they will get great students. Such universities that are visible on the engineering horizon make a great impact too. We have an honor to be a part of the Alliance of Universities. We teach from our partners, Kyiv School of Economics, Sumy State University.
We also talk to the Polytechnical. They are diamonds in the educational school. Dnipro Polytechnica is a space for your victories. It's a space that nurtures talent and a space that creates a future. Then you can see for yourself. Everything's going to be great. Thank you so much. I see, Irina, you were so happy when it was about differentiation because Diia.City University, everything it has is differentiation. So to wrap up the session, Irina, and we'll take two questions from the audience. If somebody's ready, come up with your questions. So everybody, hello. I don't even know what to start from. During the first panel from businesses, I was thinking there I was there. The whole background of my team is a business background. We've seen all those problems that there are, and we thought, all right, we'll come over, and change the higher education. But in all of these almost 3 years of working in education has changed me a lot. Because education is not only about technology, about engineering, it's primarily about critical thinking. It's about shaping us human beings, the mindset of human beings. And there's not enough of these things, though there should be more of these in education. As Timothy said, that all right, before the war, they had one indicators, and now during the war, they've increased those indicators. Before the large-scale invasion, we didn't exist at all. So 2 months before a large-scale invasion, we announced at the start of our university. 7 days before I registered my legal entity, then I went to vacation and I was stuck abroad. And at the start of May, we returned. We pivoted 3 times because I couldn't return in time to get the license from Ministry of Education. So we know all too well how a startup sometimes has to pivot. Plus, we borrowed all the best business practices. What we have right now, our students, we are a technology high school. We teach technologies, but not just technologies, but technologies that start business. We teach product-based mindset. We teach how to create value added in Ukraine. Our startups, they don't write a standard diploma paper. They create their own startup business. Um, in each of our technology programs, there is entrepreneurship track, which takes almost the same share as all the other tracks. We teach entrepreneurship to everyone, and we teach soft skills to everyone. Because again, the market of the future, it's 5 years is the longevity of the skill. It's not enough just to teach a person to code, and it's not about university. We have to teach them to learn, how to learn all the time, how to create the future technologies. So that's our philosophy. We are now implementing it in each program. And if we talk about results, we haven't yet graduated our first masters, but we have 3 startups with our American partners. Tesla, Uber, the founders, we raised $2 million. Then they said these are one of the first American monies this year that entered Ukraine and are ready to open businesses in Ukraine. All of our revenues, they go to education of our students, the stipendiums and scholarships for the military and people from the army. The second startup is our teacher with students, and the third startup that we also soon will be starting in partnership that we'll announce soon with the founder, with the unicorn founder. He's a entrepreneur who teaches in our high school, and we'll create another startup based in the university, and it's going to be in 2.5 years since our university was founded. 90% of our teachers are practitioners from the businesses. We're very applied oriented university, but I thought I would be solving the business's problems, but it is work in education that provided me an opportunity to see these fundamental problems that where business cannot be a client. They're one of the stakeholders. There are many customers, in fact, but the main contractor of our services is society. Technology is the future. We need to teach people how, with the help of technologies, to rebuild Ukraine. And fundamental things like ethics, critical thinking, analytical thinking is also all that universities have to help with. Thank you. It's a great wrap up. So, ask a question. Whom do you address your question? I would ask everyone. No. Just one person. Then I would ask the director of Dnipro Polytechnicum. The young generation is now in the habit of consuming very short content. But the university is very long. People don't read. So did you think that maybe somehow to capture this trend, but not go against it? So do some reform that would reform content in universities and provided the way that the young people are learning nowadays. Thank you. Thank you so much. You know, I stopped at the moment right now my professional deformation to answer your question as a lecture for an hour. No, we've already done first steps, made the first step, because an example of DID project where with our partners from Germany we implemented remote access to improve technical skills to learn robotics, mechatronics. So that's for modern young generation. You can also see our TikTok channel, our Instagram channels to see how we are trying to navigate among this audience. That's what we're doing, exactly what you're saying. Because you know, to teach complex math, meaning losing your audience. But if you show a robot that actually works, and now you can learn an integral equation, and then ask all the questions. So we are tentatively trying this content, and together with our students and employers, we shape this new educational content, which is short attention span oriented. I'm not confident that education has to entertain only. Sometimes the business that you start is not only entertainment. When you design some product and you're working on this, you have to apply effort to that. You have to sometimes, you know, take effort. It's not 10-second TikTok video, but it also films are now very long, 3 hours. The TV shows, binge watching, so it's not always short attention span. Of course, the education has to answer the question, why do you need it? But not always entertainment, because students expect entertainment everywhere. University's first role is to teach, apply effort to achieve some results. And yeah, there is some challenge, and I think it's hard to work with, but we don't give up. Other than education, you also have to pay effort, and it makes your life easier after university. Thank you, Yaroslav, for very short. We're trying to apply engineering thinking and to provide it to other especially so see the startup to the end, to closure, because we often stop at the level of declaration of ideas. But one of the programs is interns for students as assistants on younger years students. So that dismantles that wall. They understand how it is to be a teacher. Is it quick attention span or long attention span? So learning to teach yourself. And final question. Right, thanks a lot, Alexander from Genesis. My question to Anatoly, because we're not familiar yet with most of your team. We work quite a lot. It's exactly the team that is proactive, very interested and motivated, talking about modern education. We've heard today about the demand from universities to the companies, helping them analysis and feedback for educational trajectories. So it'd be great to understand how this group cooperates with others, how should it do effectively, so that we can hear you, you could hear us. Great. So if you want to add to this, you have 1 minute. Well, basically, we don't need to invent the bicycle. It's already existing, and in the large part, the vocational programs, who we call stakeholders, they are quite active in different formats. Both in discussion, And as I said, that we are annually, since 2005, we're studying the labor market. We receive the feedback from employers and we see what's missing, not only technical knowledge, but full skill set, communication, working with documents, etc., etc. So the formats can be any format. So we're ready to cooperate in order for you to understand that universities are happy to and willing to help you to provide a high quality product, not only currently but for the future as well. So I will ask Timothy, Natalia, would you like to add something to? Yeah, I would like to add. It's a. Usually, companies say that universities are lagging behind because we're not trying to work with companies, but it's not about Genesis. The Genesis, everything's okay, but we often get into this bureaucracy circle where first it's a signing memorandum, then getting 1,000 other documents. So we found a better, easier approach. We work with not only with companies, but we work with subject matter experts who keep curricula for us. We then give it to a community to check it. Then we pass it over to our international partners for verification. And this program is always agile because often, technologies change faster than materials are written, and so our programs are always agile and businesses updated regularly, sometimes through subject matter experts. Thank you. And Timothy, as the host, well, it's just an example. Remember, I told you about asymmetry. It's hard just to know whether you have a great university as a partner or not. In the world around, especially in the US, they say there are three parameters that we can evaluate students, faculty, research. The great students, great faculty, is there scientific research there? Just to see that, and then that's all you have to know. If there are adequate people, then we will work with them. We'll sign a memorandum, we'll write the program, everything's going to be. If there's no students, faculty, research, run. That's all I say. Yeah, that was outside of our panel discussion, which was wrapped at 1935. And no officer president has stood in the way, but it was happened thanks to quick work of our panelists, Yaroslav Petrela, Anatoly Menchenko, Alexander Rozikovsky, Irina Volnitska. A round of applause. Thank you so much. And pass the mic back to the host and the next session. Yeah, the moderators were selected not randomly, but for the system. Pavlo, thank you. That's the person that always motivates me to think about efficacy, efficiency, and performance. That's how I got into Ukrainian government, but that's a different story. So it's a great moderation. Thank you to the participants in the panel discussion. I get quite a lot of joy out of this. There will be video recording available of the online feed, so you'll be able to re-watch it again. Then we have the next panel discussion. I asked the moderator of the next panel, Yegor Statnov, the first pro-rector of Kyiv School of Economy, and we're going to be talking about X-Startups program. To invite our speakers, Roman Postov, Made Academy, Roman Cherpacha, Horizon Capital, Eugenia Glizner, Choice That You Want, and Gleaser, and Vadim Drumov, Gilil IT Scoop, and I'll be over there.
Так, казали мені, жваво має бути, Єгоре, тому будемо якось жваво, так?
So I gotta keep the lively discussion. Are you iTech? Yeah. Your Tech Academia? No. I thought Horizon Capital is something tech. In which sense tech? I'm joking. Are you tech? We are informal education. Ed tech? Yeah. Are you tech? So what makes you ed tech? You said that you ed tech. What makes you an ed tech? So education technologies. We do tech, we do technologies, we create a Made Academy, employed more than 4,000 students in IT of Ukraine. It's more than other universities. 2% of Ukraine IT are our graduates. That's what helped us to employ 4,000 of them, find their employment, so that in 22, 23, we found employment in more than in 2021. That's because we have that platform where the training goes on. Classically, it's called LMS, Learning Measurement System. It's self-written. It costs $1 million. So Technologic is your LMS. Yeah, it's our LMS. What's on that technology? Training program. There's theory, practical tasks, automatic checking, feedback mentor, automatic homework check. So there are automation tech because automated task check, etc. Horizon not ed tech. You're in formal education and you are also ed tech. What is you that you have to? We implement technology integration. What kind of technology? Is it like automated task checking? For instance, last week we had 13,000 students enrolled, whereas 50 of staff. Without automation, without financial automation, to training automation. So 1S accounting you're using? No, we built our own systems, also accounting as well. Just one example, in 2016, we started recording our offline trainings and then put them into LMS. How that happened, we recorded the material. Our employee comes in the morning, cutting these videos and then sending them out. And we had such employees in each office. Now nobody's doing that, it's the system's doing that. Just an example. Automatically cutting your audio and video tracks, right? Yeah. And you send it somewhere to some account for somebody to see. And do you do automatic task check? So you're not unique anymore. Do you have something unique? Like two-factor authorization platform. If you talk about school management system, we started building in 2016. That's what gives us the opportunity to make administration very productive and teachers so productive in our ERP system. So you're not still saying what's under the hood. It takes a long time to talk about. Look, I thought you have a lot of people who go into creative industries. I've heard it somewhere, and I remember Diia was speaking about it. They have this great task. There's this industry that is not creative, should also be kind of scaled up and taught in the new ways, like reinvent professional education or something else. So when will the metal worker will be trained using your platform with augmented reality, with special goggles or because I've already seen a gas station operator with AR as a training. That's something. Like 10 years ago, you would say that's not training, but there are elements now of AR. Are you planning something like that on your platform, or only creative jobs? I can start. We won't have that in the nearest 5 years because we choose professions. It's the second tech startup that I'm doing. I want more free people in Ukraine, and financial profession makes them free. I want more people to start their own product for companies. So I believer in IT and tech. That's what I like. Metal workers and other industrial professions are important, but that's not in our DNA. It's not something that we're doing. That's why our focus is on training IT specialists. I don't think it will change in the nearest 5 years. What about metal cutter? Well, maybe a metal cutter who. Horizon, what do you think about platforms that avoid going into traditional professions? Platforms do what they do well and what the market wants. And if you look at where EdTech, where was Ukrainian EdTech 5 years ago and now, it's a huge difference that the industry made. I think what Roman says, not in the next 5 years. I think by year 6, something may appear. And we see in the world generally, there's a big trend for EdTech education becoming more and more practical, applied, where you apply your skills on the workplace. So it all starts with the most flexible digital professions, and then it goes into physical industries. Just I didn't. Have you something planned about traditional profession? No, we haven't. And I don't want to be a blogger that teaches all professions because it's fashionable. We teach something that we are proficient in, where you know how to train. We are part of the NFP group. We know practically what specifically we can give to give them profession. And it's important, I think, to add that I believe that me personally, my colleagues will disagree. I don't think we're competing with universities. Universities have to build classic professions that have methodology how to do it properly. We don't have clear methodologies of andragogic or teaching the adults that we can follow and say, yeah, now we know how to teach any profession. I don't think the Ministry of Education has anything related to andragogy. We're doing it the way we understand it, the way we see it, the only way we can. And that means they will teach all that only the way we can. I don't say that we have to absolutely be andragogy, but there should be at least methodology for academia. It may be somewhat obsolete, but they're there. For me, we're inventing the way to teach through business. Business-related professions that we are teaching, they are in more demand right now. Businesses don't look for metal workers. Well, Tatiana, do you think businesses look for metal workers? For fitting experts? Vadim, Eugenia sets a higher benchmark. What about professional education or higher education? Let me give you one secret. Many years ago, we thought and we negotiated to buy one college, and we thought to enter that educational area. But when I saw what kind of specialties we can organize, like machine operator, and then we look how our innovation works with that bureaucracy, I realized I don't want to go in there because it will take too much energy for me, whereas scalability is going to be minimal. So it didn't make much business sense. I don't know if anything changed now. I know for a fact that they've changed some profession tools. But we didn't go there back then because didn't want to get bogged down in bureaucracy. I know that my company is dynamic, but if we go to some heavy bureaucracy, that can be detrimental to us in the long run. Do you think that you can't go there because it's bureaucratic, like a car mechanic or baker. We were even offered in a school like car mechanic courses or driver courses. Like you have IT experts, but okay, I don't need to teach drivers. So when we thought about college, we thought IT and some work, some blue collar specialties because there's great demand. It was like 7 years ago, like leading among the leading academia in our region. I haven't seen too many working professionals there. So we were thinking. So what stopped you? I said we were afraid of bureaucracy. Like last year, we had 13,000, and it's not only beginners. Almost half of them are professionals who work in IT. I realized that if we buy that college that has 300 students, so I'm gonna be fighting to get these programs, adapt those programs. What is scalability of that? Maybe you should run that college on your platform. So developing training materials and training machines, like did you think of AR, augmented reality, virtual reality? You know, keep forgetting that we have a business, and we need to do something that makes business sense. So we open potential market. We analyze market where there's more money. We go to that market. So from that point of view, IT wins because we have the capability to pay, whereas there are no grant systems. So using our money, we still need to generate business value. So we are on the border between business and training. We're doing something is not only because the market needs it, but because we can also make money and pay for our work. So that's the question. That's the answer why. So high entry threshold, right? Yeah. But what if the state, like there's this directorate in professional education, there's the Metros of Horodny deputy, quite professional at that. And I think they have a lot of energy. If the state would say, look, we're starting to cover your designs with investments. Well, there are a lot of ed tech that would be interested because right now we train Ukrainians regarding where they are. And there are a lot of people who are still in Germany. They come to us and they say, why do we need to go to you if we get here in any German school, their study is covered. And they go to get that profession. We can't do that. We can't compete with that. So we say, all right, keep up the great job. But there was a program, IT Generation, which enabled us to.
1,000 veterans in the register. What offers do you have for this category of population at your platforms? Because Horizon might be ready to finance into adaptation, inclusion, reskilling of these people, because this problem is obviously acute. Maybe I'll get some answers here. I can start. We provide free training for all the military and veterans. Bravo. That's our position, and we do it because we understand that it has a huge potential for our state in future. But there is another question: how many veterans and servicemen come to us to follow our courses? There are quite a few of them, and even despite the fact that we write about it, we talk about it, I hope that after we win, there will be many more of them, but we currently have a problem. And here I'd like to go back to the methodology. We have many communities with attack companies, and we often raise this matter of the methodology for the training of servicemen or veterans, because we know how to teach IT specialists, but I'm not sure whether it will work with the veterans. We understand some things, but it cannot be a system of one or two schools. There has to be a foundation. There has to be a general investment that will be used by all the players in future. Yes, absolutely. We need to understand the general methodology for the training of servicemen and veterans. Otherwise, we will uh, prepare those who won't be able to use it. I can also say that we provide free training for the servicemen and veteran, but we also provide additional motivation. We say that we're going to accrue bonus money, and it will basically cover. Uh, I'm speaking about the bonus money in our system, and it will cover your studies at any year of studies. And the veterans get the sum, and they will be able to be more conscious about their choices of programs. And we want to make their choice more clear. And Eugenia said that there are not enough servicemen and veterans who are willing to follow these courses to have this problem. Um, we can see servicemen coming every week, but it's not a mass trend. Uh, well, first of all, any education, universities or else, give soft skills. They teach how to study. We are about hard skills, and it's hard for them first. And secondly, the period of adaptation hasn't ended yet, and they want to go through this period on their own or with veteran hubs, but we don't have a model for the adaptation and simultaneous studies. There are many more servicemen following our courses. Like we might get a request from 40 people during one single day. And we have been observing this trend since fall 2022. But it's a specific task servicemen have. Uh, it's also about the virtual reality, etc. That's the attack that has moved to the platforms. Yes, we also provide free studies for the veterans, and to make it more popular among them, we developed a program together with the Ministry of Digital Transformation. Roman, I would like to distinguish between Horizon as a commercial fund and the association organization, which is a legacy fund and is basically investing in different social projects in Ukraine. If we speak about the Horizon as a commercial structure, basically we as investors are first of all interested in the development of Ukrainian business and Ukrainian economy, but social structure is also important for us, and businesses who actively reintegrate veterans are preferred. If we speak about Ukraine, Moldova America Fund, it has separate direction to work with the veterans, and I think in the nearest future you'll see some news about our programs. That's great. That's very nice to hear. So I'm going to give the mic to our participants, to our audience. Actually, we had a history of this panel. I will use the same word we were using. We wanted an argument to appear between our panel discussion participants, and actually, Evgenia already touched upon this question. Classic universities and you. Is it about competition? Is it about um, adding to what they give? Where are you in the context of this ecosystem? That's the first question. And the second question, what do you need from business in addition to the orders from them? Can I start? Yes, please. Well, first of all, we're speaking about Ukraine, and I think that in the context of children, it's about adding new value because when children of 12 to 14 years start studying front end, back end design, they become more conscious as to the choice of their future specialty. And we have a very well developed tech for children in Ukraine, and in some cases, children start working at the age of 15. Secondly, gradually, we are going to go to the territory of higher educational institutions and vice versa. The universities will also step into our territory. Several years ago, I went to Haifi, to the university there, and every fifth startup is created by the student who graduated from this university. And it was interesting for me to talk to a vice president and the methodology of their education system. And I came to a conclusion that to go into the future, we need to study how to learn quickly and use our knowledge quickly. We also need to drop some skills and acquire new ones. As I said, our territories will universities will overlap, and this vice rector said that his son was working as a front-end developer. We can see that tech has grown for the last 10 years. We can see how the trends change, and we need to respond to the demands we have today and will have in the future. And I'm sure that it will be about some kind of competition in future. I think that competition should be everywhere. It's not about either or. We live in the system. For example, I graduated from the Kyiv Polytechnic Institute. I adored my studies at this university. I don't have any trauma after my studies there. I'm grateful to this university. I saw Roma here. I think universities have a different role. They need to teach how to grow up, how to become adults. And for me, it's important. We are rather responsible for lifelong learning. And we were thinking about who's our audience. And I was saying that we need these people to have some kind of experience. We need adults with specific demands, specific requests, with some experience. We usually work with switchers aged 30 years old on average. Those who won't go to universities again, those who uh, need to find a profession to provide for their families. But if we have to answer the question whether we can replace university, I think we cannot. We can give some skills that people might use to provide for their families. We uh, do not provide a philosophy. We do not provide a student self-organization body. We cannot make people more conscious. And I think universities are necessary for that. And if we have cooperation with universities, we can give high quality skills, and universities will be able to prepare those who will be able to continue their constant development. Roman? Yes, I think we need to look at the wider picture because the goal of the universities and the Med Academy is to prepare great professionals. So we talked with Yegor whether MyToo needs to become a university. It's important for us to be a business. We are not living for grants. Well, actually, you were against it. And I tried to calculate whether it was possible. Unfortunately, I cannot see any possibility to create a private university in Ukraine without grants. Unfortunately, we don't have enough people who can pay for this. At the same time, I think we need to have great universities, and I think we need to become partners with them. That's something Yegor also suggested. We need to develop a program from 0 to 1, uh, and it will cost approximately $50,000 for us to teach people. I understand that universities don't have this kind of money, so we will be happy to become partners with universities to help them provide high quality trainings. And it's great that we already have universities going in this direction. Not everything is perfect, but I think that in partnership we will be able to provide better education for more people. Thank you very much. I have a few comments, if possible. Virtual reality can be used to teach metal workers, etc. I know that for expert company has been using AI for a long time to train their specialists. And second question is about the cooperation. I'm the representative of the State University, Taras Shevchenko National University. What's your view of the cooperation? It's not a criticism, but you are about business, and we are working in the interests of the society. Um, so it's a direct question. How do you view this cooperation? How can we merge cooperation and competition? You have 30 seconds each. Okay, first of all, our client or our customer is the person who studies at our university, but we're also working in the interest of the economy of Ukraine. And if we understand what business needs, how we can adapt the content, how we can provide micro learning. And we have experience in employment of people. We have experience in the employment of many people. And It means that we also know something in this area, which means that we can implement our programs and our formats starting from the fourth and the fifth year of studies. The fifth and the sixth are master studies, right? So we can provide high quality services that will help students to find employment free of charge. Yes. Thank you. Vadim Roman. Just a short commentary. If we look at the world practice, we can see constant mutual integration, like Coursera and Udemy launched their degrees, and Harvard launched their online platforms, and they are interested in as long cooperation with their clients as possible. So we cannot cancel these tendencies. We cannot predict how they will develop in Ukraine, but they will exist. I am a graduate of Shevchenko University. It's great. I adore the cybernetics faculty, and I will be happy if the students of these faculties undergo our training free of charge. I will also add that I'm a graduate of Odessa National Economic University. A few practical things. For example, in Odessa Economic University, they have a startup university program. We support it and we provide grants to the winners. Last year, we became partners and co-founders of G Incubator, and I keep thinking about it. Today, Artem mentioned it too. We need to have an entrepreneurial mindset in Ukraine. We have to generate entrepreneurs. That's why we went in this direction. We wanted to generate as many enterprises as possible. And it's not only for our students. Most participants of this incubator are students of the existing universities. We are going to have a program for 40 students of Machnikov University. This summer, we had a program teaching how to create an idea and develop a startup. So we are taking these steps to create some impact in this direction. Thank you very much. And probably people over there have some questions. Yes, please. Actually, the topic of metaverse is not as relevant as it was before. Does it make sense, in your opinion, to get back to this topic? And is there interest in the topic of metaverse? Because we'd like to discuss how it's possible to develop this topic jointly. It would be interesting to know your opinion. There is no projector here who organizes big conferences for several years. I think it's the answer to your question. We don't have such practice, but we'd like to develop this direction because it's an opportunity for us to create these software solutions that I was mentioning. It's great to give an opportunity to look at different role models. For example, the only thing that stops us now is the price. We understand that we don't have the money to develop it and actively use, but I think it's the future of education. Metaverse, virtual reality, Minecraft. I think it's not about our specialties. That's why we are not great experts in it. We already mentioned artificial intelligence today. And I think our task is to implement artificial intelligence as much as possible to make it an agent and an additional tool for the work of our teachers. But there are specialties. I know that in some medical universities, they do, well, you know what they do, and they buy courses of American professors. And if we were more competent, if we had these specialties, it would be better. I have glasses. I cannot put on VR glasses. Okay, thank you very much. We need great investments. We need to grow at tech and conquer new niches, new technologies. I was impressed by Mikhailo's speech about media. I think it's a great venture. I'm sure that there will be opposition, but it's a great thing. I hope that they will manage because nation is born at schools. Thank you. Uh, Thank you, Yehor. It was great moderation. Thank you, dear colleagues, dear panelists. We hope that you will be potential members of our union. Now we're going to have our last panel. It's going to be a very interesting discussion because we will have state representatives, government representatives with us, and we are going to raise this point that the society is the customer of the education. Business is the part of the society, government is part of the society. So let's welcome Tatiana Berezhna, Deputy Minister of Economy of Ukraine, responsible for the workforce, for human capital, and many other things. I'm also inviting Roman Hryschuk, member of the Parliamentary Committee on Education, Science and Innovation, and the person who is actively involved in the reform of the National Aviation University, and not only. Let's also welcome Mikhailo Vinnytsky, Deputy Minister of Education. He'll join us in 2 minutes. So let's start discussing and move forward.
So let's have this conversation this way. I know you want networking. Everybody who wants networking, go to the terrace. There's a great terrace with chairs, but we need to finalize this panel discussion. Thanks for everyone who is online with us, because we have quite a big audience, surprising as it is for this evening time. And let's start by there was a lot of conversations today, and I would like to hear the first thing. What has impressed you the most? Well, it can be both negative and positive, but in what you've heard or what was an eye-opener for you. For me, there was a lot of eye-openers. You know, Roman, you start. I'll start because we already reflected on that. I just wanted to voice that. I'm thankful that not Mr. Stadny is moderator. Thanks, everyone. Igor, do you want to switch? Though I'm happy that you saw it to the final panel discussion so that the ideas of future tech and education be generated, expressed on all panel discussions. So what's the first thing? And we need that business and universities need to talk more because there's a lot of discrepancy and misunderstanding of each other's problems by each other and some kind of mindset. So there was nothing like that. Maybe behind closed doors, just to share their problems and limitations that they face, and businesses about their limitations that they face. So once again, show how important this event is, and that sometimes there's still misunderstanding between the two. I can say I was listening attentively, but there was a lot that would mention professional education, professional technical education. We are debunking the stereotype because I remember myself as I was in 11th grade, either Mohila Academy or nothing. Now I understand that there are so many interesting career paths in Ukraine. And there's understanding that you can find success and make a lot of money by choosing different other career options in professional technology, professional like professional jobs, like gas welding. Like I have a friend so I asked them, "What do you want to go?" And they say, "Tatiana, we want to take a grant for processing industry and found our own business." And I think, was that possible a few years ago? Not sure. So I'm happy that there are people seeing so many opportunities around, not so many stereotypes. Especially great that we have a lot of women businesses. They have so much responsibility, so much on their shoulders because among 1 million people mobilized, 60,000 women. Of course, most of them are men, so women have to take a lot of roles that were earlier non-typical. So I'm happy that there's a lot of blue-collar jobs become popular. I liked in this discussion, among other things, I will write maybe a text about this later because there are so many interesting things. But what I've heard was nuclear energy, that the contractor for nuclear energy is the state. In Ukraine, we have a reform of corporate management of the state-owned companies. So, who contracts specialists in nuclear energy? State-owned companies, who, according to the corporate management reform, just as universities have this reform, so now it's a business. And we need to stop looking at the state. It's about what the state-owned companies need. In terms of science, I can agree. Well, teachers. Yeah, but teachers, there are private schools of teachers. What's the percentage? Teachers and doctors. Guys, what I didn't like in the discussion, the state is always something bad, ineffective. There was a first panel discussion. So I would nuclear energy, corporate management, private schools, private kindergartens is all good. But there are things that where we as a society are contracting party. Because who needs higher education? There was an answer, it's society. Yes, because it's businesses who need employees, and society needs scientists, innovators, and inventors. And of course, new companies being created. And everybody stated that there's a problem. Like before, I want Mikhailo to say, have you heard what we said, that the state is something bad? I didn't hear that. It's just that everybody else is saying that the state is bad and cumbersome. So who is the contracting? The rudiment is that the state order of how many professionals have to be trained each year. During the committee meeting, we were discussing this question. And in all the generations of Minister of Economy, she was saying about state order, being the deputy minister just a couple of weeks. It was an interesting exercise. After that, I think nothing can make me stronger than this educational committee. We as the Ministry of Economy, we collect different orders from different state agencies, ministries, agencies, etc. So we collect what their needs are, and we see that for mechanical engineering, minus 90% of the state contract compared to previous years. So how's that? Mechanical engineering, we have war, Miltech, modern technologies, hardware. And that's how the Ministry of Economy can have a real impact. They're not an expensive bureaucrat that collects state contracts. And we decided no, despite the fact that, and we were told that the reason is that there is no demand for mechanical engineers, so that's why we don't allocate budgetary funds. So we say, okay, we will create the demand. And we made 90% more than the universities asked for. So I agree that society is the main contracting party. We need to have less fashionable but very virtual specialties, like less lawyers, sorry, economists, journalists, and more hardware jobs, more biologists, chemists, mechanical engineers, etc. But yeah, that means the state can implement that, and knowing the strategy, knowing who we need. Mikhailo, we have Mikhailo Fedorev at the beginning. He made this fantastic presentation, which I liked a lot in the context of what can the businesses do in the reform of different education. And it was, the way businesses like. Here's the menu, choose 1+3 or 1 or nothing, and there was, or suggest your own option. So you, as a teacher a long time ago, you have been teaching for a while and consulting. So I'm an old guy. I know what you mean. No, you're experienced. So we worked with Mikhailo on the project as Ukrainian export strategy, and he was teaching a lot of globalization issues. So you also see global context. You see it. You keep an eye on it. Where are we in this global context right now? I can say something surprising. We are being seen as an example of interesting processes of transformation of education. I can say that as a person who talks regularly with the Polish, German, British, and French and American rectors who are very interested because we have our students and our teachers are often over there, so they want to understand what's happening in Ukraine. Can they send them back to Ukraine or not? So when we talk about transformations that are now happening, one says, you take a Spitfire, like a British aircraft during the Second World War, and you try to make it into an F-16, and it's flying, and it's being attacked, and you're trying to do that on the fly. And it's an incredible challenge. People are looking at it and they wonder how you manage to do that. World context is now, we've heard several interesting things. As the rectors were speaking, they said that there's an important element of science in universities. That's right. Just as we talked in the previous panel, you said that the higher education establishment is not just preparation for labor market as a specialty, but it's some kind of community, soft skills, leadership skills, personality skills, etc. What's happening now in the world context? We have certain split into different types of universities, and Ukraine is doing the same as Europe is doing and others are doing. Not everybody will be Cambridge and Harvard. It's research centers, where most of 50% of students are masters and aspiring sciences. Some of them will be teaching universities, or as Scandinavia says, applied sciences university. These have related, close relations with employers, where there'll be dual education. There was not enough about dual education mentioned today. It's a hugely important instrument of connecting businesses and education. And you have to say, just like that nowadays the American liberal arts model starts to be more and more popular in Poland, Germany, and France, especially Scandinavian countries, where, in fact, they don't train you to have a profession. I usually laugh with my colleagues from Ukrainian Catholic universities. They're talking about professional development, but it's not about professional. It's about shaping the personality, value-based personality in certain community. So the things that need interdisciplinary programs, other types of approaches, you can't just do one, two, or three. You can't be both scientific and work with the employers and the community building. It's impossible. It's like in business, you're trying to be so multitasking, like quick, cheap, and half what. You can have 2 out of 3. They were warning us that they can be light. So let's go in. So we have some transformation. It's a more intimate atmosphere. So, and the same happens in the world-renowned universities. I think we are part of those trends. Right. Thank you so much. I wanted to talk about 2 things now. As a person that works from since 15 years old, and I was learning at the same time. So I wanted to talk about dual education because it's super important. And the second thing, as a lawyer, and I can't avoid being a lawyer, I would like to talk about legislation. Tatiana is dealing with the labor code reform. We all understand that without changing our approaches, as we heard from Anna Adam, that there are requirements to health, that you can't, without the paradigm change to properly organize workforce and labor, and to have the least interference from the state, as we talk with our strategic council. Without that, nothing will happen. So dual education, what do we have, what's happening, how can we give it a bigger push, and bigger involvement of businesses there? And then paradigm shift, because labor code, Roman, is not going to happen without you. Let me start about dual education. Right now, it's the trend that we have based on the universities, what aviation university is doing, what Polytechnica is doing. One of their their collaboration of businesses of graduates is dual education. Take your undergraduate students, let them teach, because your specialists will not go to work in universities because of the low pay, because you need them, because they're key people for your organization. So, but give them some part of work, a part of the day of week, that they will be working with students, because you immediately create your future employees without waiting until they graduate and then retrain them from scratch. Teach them the first time properly, because dual education is important. This is where businesses play the best role. Not to go to university to donate money for some monument, which is also not bad, but it's better to go and work with students together. I understand that not every business will now be able to help build a curriculum or help correct the curriculum, but through these short things, you will be more involved, you will understand better what the university needs. So, and that's the question, what's with the dual education? The more we have these, we have all the necessary laws for that, the more successful attempts for businesses there will be with companies, with universities, to work with dual education, the better it works. So, but start at the beginning, there should be a critical mass of cases, and it would be easier for business to start working with them, with universities. On labor code, I fully agree. What about dual education? I can do something very unsafe because it's going to be published in the press. No? Do we use Chatham House? No. Everything is on the internet. By the end of, I think we can do it by the end of the October. I have it written by 40%. It's a survey for dual education, a questionnaire. You know, we talk a lot about dual education, but it requires 2 key persons have to come together to make the design. First is a person that is ready to take responsibility for educational program, for curriculum. We call them a guarantor of curriculum, head of the faculty, but it can be different positions, but they will take the academic part. Most probably, this person has a clear cooperation with HR. And unfortunately, we see that these two persons speak different languages. They're from different worlds, and that's why, though surprising as it is, if dual education in the educational community has been discussed for a while, for some 5 years, but in HR world, they don't really understand what it is, and they don't understand us. Yeah, they don't understand you. You speak Spanish, they speak Chinese. These are two different worlds because people grew up in different traditions. So there should be some kind of publication that will aggregate it, collect it as a questionnaire for HR. Dual education doesn't have, I really want to stress this one thing. There's no unified model. Some will do dual education where a student 2 days a week in the lecture hall, third day in the workplace. It works in law quite well. In engineering, it doesn't work. So there are engineering people here who say that doesn't work. There's a model university that I graduated in Canada, University of Waterloo, where there for 4 months you're intensively learning, then 4 months you're in the workplace, 4 months shift, but they don't have vacations, and the students are discouraged because they don't have vacation. But if you tell the students, sorry, but you're making great money within those 4 months. Okay, I don't need the vacation. Everything's okay now. Now HR have to tell them, okay, we're going to pay them normal salary for these 4 months, and we will compete with other employers for this student, because that's not going to be a group of 10 to 12 that come to learn. It's going to be 10 to 12 companies who will compete for those couple of students from each group, and that requires administrative support. So that we need to draw some investments from the business in order to start it. But in fact, you have to give a lot of interesting advice how to do it. So that's why we're planning to publish this kind of reference book as a Q&A session. How should HR approach universities to do something like that? And I think it's going to be a great project. I announced it, so it means I have to do it. Public commitment that you take. Yeah, I wanted to mention dual education and how we try and implement an interesting tool. So we asked the employers, what's your biggest problem? 50% said the biggest problem is that we're understaffed. On the other hand, we have 2.8 million unemployed. So how is that some people can't find people, other people can't find job? So it's structural unemployment where the skills don't match the demand. So we have our professional technical colleges. What's the difference? Because it's a reskilling, retraining for adults. So we, with the Minister of Education, we decided to have a supervisory board from employers in each of such academy. Employers come, you have obsolete curriculum, you have bigger length. So we asked the employers who want to build more professional people, and HR from Sava Lipkin's restaurants volunteered to be part of that supervisory board because they need chefs, the bartenders, etc. And we realized that it takes 5 months to teach a bartender. And you would wonder, what do you need 5 months for? But it's like that. So we will be adapting these programs. We have such colleges in Poltava, in Lviv, and Dnipro. In Poltava, Taras Parasenko from Aurora, he says, I need this kind of factory of great staff. So it's an option available for you as employers. On our page of Ministry of Economy, we post these opportunities. So here's supervisory board announced the call for Dnipro. So let's now talk about upskilling and reskilling. It's important. But let's talk about legislation. Does it stand in the way? Because in the context of labor code and in the context of lack of definition, what's self-employed, what is the full workday or other rudiments, it doesn't help a lot to dual education. It doesn't help the employment of students. It doesn't allow for short employment project because it generates a lot of entrepreneurs. So where we're moving, I think the audience knows that we are living still by the labor code of 1971, which matched the demands from the economy back in the day when there was no private property, no businesses. There were only labor relations between the state and the people. There's no private party in that. And there are some rudiments. One of the biggest ones that concerns employers is that pregnant woman below 3 cannot go to a business trip, or condemnation of the labor team, or providing the soap and mineral water, many other things. They're not the biggest problem. But there is inflexibility of bargaining agreement. There's no mandatory written bargaining agreements. You don't fully understand your relations with the employer. So we, with the Ministry of Economy, have the commitment to the President of the government and the head of the parliament to register in the parliament the new code by the end of this year. And it's a very politically difficult question. If it were easy, then in 50 years maybe somebody would have done this. But there's always a clash between employer and trade unions and vice versa. So I had a meeting today with the trade unions, and I tell them, look, we have negotiations. I'm going to EU in March. We have to show something. We implemented 23 directives. If you will be protesting us now, that means you're against European progress. Let's remove that. Those, footwear. But maybe we'll have some kind of new dialogue with them. I don't know. So the meeting is regarding labor code is slated for soon, for a later date, and this understanding from government and businesses. It's IT, it's labor code, and the businesses also, they were saying, okay, so why do we need the labor code? But in fact, I think this whole ecosystem, understanding this coexistence is important. I want to collect 3 short questions without big long introductions. So who do you address the question? Mykola Skilbaum. Question to all 3. Do you see prospects in higher professional schools? So like universities, like there in the world, Hochschulen in Germany and Finland, professional high schools that train specialists for labor market. So there are less universities. You can concentrate the limited resources on them and not imitate science with fake scientific publications. So do you see professional high schools that are vertically integrated with different higher educational academy? Yeah, thank you. I would agree with everything, only for the last part where you talk about vertical integration of colleges and professional high schools. That's something that we're against. But an obvious fact is that out of 160 state-owned universities existing nowadays, 130 15 months ago when we entered the ministry, now there are 123. Soon there will be 122. They're actively modernizing the network. So out of those establishments, a huge number of them, 2/3 of them, will transition to working with employers, to communities and unions who work with employers. It can be polytechnical academia, but not necessarily. It can be legal law academies or different, more specialized establishments. But it's important to follow this trend. It's a European trend. For the educators in the audience, let me tell you that we have this year we restored the formula-based budget distribution, and there are same criteria for all educational stuff. You have to do science, you have to provide employment, international activity, etc. So what we're trying to do, like from 2025, the criteria of the formula will be different for different types of establishment. The establishment itself will choose: are they moving towards employers? Are they moving towards science? Are they moving towards value-based programs, bachelor, interdisciplinary? So these are the things that will be reflected in the funds that are allocated. So in evolution, we're going there. We'll have a big number of professional high schools, but we need several years for that. We're still not quite there. Eugenia?
I'll give you the mic since we have an online streaming. I have a question to Tatiana, and she even probably knows what the question is. We are representatives of the non-formal education, and there are many different programs such as Reskill, UA, etc. How can we join these programs and work together with the state? There was one great example from 2022. Are there going to be new programs like that with certificates issued in the end? Do you plan anything of this kind with Ukrainian representatives of non-formal education? Look, I will give two answers to this question. It's very important for all non-formal education providers to understand the state strategic documents. For example, recently we approved MSB strategy. Look into it. Until the end of the year, we will approve the strategy for the employment of population, and it will contain the list of specialties needed to achieve strategic goals. These are great strategic documents which our donors, our investors read, and money will be allocated within the Skills Alliance initiative we signed in Berlin. So it will be easier for you to plan your activities if you get familiarized with these documents. We have a great program, and you have to be in the list of the higher educational institutions to use the vouchers according to this program. But we are thinking about an experimental project to make it possible for all women to get a voucher like that, irrespective of their social status, etc. And they will be able to use this voucher to follow the courses in different non-formal education institutions. The Ministry of Finance and the Ministries of Justice are not against it, but strategic documents are very important. I would like to use this opportunity and ask the question to Mr. Vinitsky. It's going to be a good question, don't worry. We came to a conclusion that the customer of higher education is society. Society needs people with a worldview, with a civil stance, with the skills of critical thinking, with some ethical preferences, etc. The question is as follows. When are we going to modernize the network and develop these new occupational education schools? Is it true that we are not going to abandon the subjects that develop the values creeds? of citizens. I think it's going to be a challenge, especially for engineering programs. It's going to be a challenge for sure because there is a demand among students and future students because everything we have been doing is aimed at increasing the agency of students, and I'm really proud that we achieved that. I think that's a great evolutionary step forward, but it will mean that this humanitarian component, let's call it like that, will depend on the choice of the student, and it means that it has to be presented in a nice way by the university itself, by the professors. I can understand your concern. I often get messages that everything is bad in the world of education, and I can instantly ask the question, and who stopped the Russians in Kyiv, Chernihiv, Odessa, Mykolaiv? These were Ukrainians aged between 25 and 35 who graduated from Ukrainian institutions, and we have to be proud of it because Ukrainian education system created people with values, with initiatives, those who are able to self-organize. And dear colleagues, we stopped Russian army. And people who went through Ukrainian education did it. It's something we can be proud of and we cannot lose it. So will the state preserve it? Yes. As a moderator, I can see that we have many more questions, but we will discuss them later. I would like to become someone who makes wishes come true, but we have many representatives of businesses here. Can you name one thing that businesses can do now for the education system? It should not be a top priority. Just name one thing for the labor market in Ukraine or for the education system. One thing. We are politicians, so we don't know how to speak briefly. Go to the universities. One negative experience should not shape your negative attitude to the whole education system. Okay, you already have some experience, and the third attempt might become successful. Yes, universities are not as flexible as businesses, but try work with one university, the second one, go back to your alma mater. You know what works there, create an association of workers, go to your rectors, to the heads of your faculties, try to give a public lecture. It will take just 1 or 2 hours of your life, but you will explain to the students how you reached success. Uh, you grew up in these systems, probably despite of some things in them, but go to the universities and give speeches there. I will repeat the same thing. We have a draft law which was already voted in the Parliament of Ukraine. It's ready to be signed by the President. It provides for the position of the educator practitioner, and 30% of educational programs can be covered by people with no degree who can spread practical approaches. I won't say anything new. You just need to realize you are also partially responsible for what's happening in our educational institutions. There can be this approach that we're paying taxes and the state has to train the specialists, but let's all be conscious of our shared responsibility for education. Thank you. Thank you very much. we are getting closer to the end. Let's thank our panelists for the discussion. I will invite my co-moderator and president of the Kyiv School of Economics, Timofey Milovanov. Thank you very much, dear panelists. We're going to deliver very brief closing remarks and continue networking. It won't take long now. I need to say something else now. Yes. Sum up. Let's sum up. It's going to be hard without entering into an argument. Saying glory to Ukraine, I will. Look, I was listening to all of you. You know, there is this phrase in English, the future has already happened, but we don't know it yet. The future is very competitive. There is competition for donors because there will be less money in the state. We will need this money for the reconstruction and recovery. We might want it, but there will be less money. There will be fewer students. Then they will be less prepared because the secondary education became worse. Plus, we're going to have a trauma. We already have it. We need to realize all of that. The future is already here. These people will go to the universities. There will be few of them. They will not be prepared enough. And when they go to the labor market, they will also have some limitations. And it means that we're going to have a lot of work to do to change it. We will need to work a lot to put all of our efforts in order to survive. And I cannot feel this energy at universities yet. I cannot feel this sense of urgency, this feeling that if we don't go forward, we won't deal with the storm. There is this feeling that the state does a bit of reforms. We can do something, but the future has already happened, and only those who work from the sunrise till the sunset will survive. And I really lack this feeling of reality. Yes, it will happen in 2, 5, 7 years, but universities have been there for hundreds of years, for centuries, and I cannot feel this vibe that this dire reality is already here. We are going to European Union, but there are still people who are not speaking English, and they are not going to learn it. They think that the state has to give money for the education. But all those who remain with this mentality, with this mindset, won't survive. So welcome to this world of competition. Actually, I would like to thank Timothy. After you, it's always good to be very nice and optimistic. Actually, when we started our quarterly meetups, I'll remind you that we discuss the most urgent needs, and we actually chose the title FutureTech. We believe that future is already here, that technologies are a driver of everything, including the reconstruction of Ukraine and the change of the mindset. We know that we have to do something, and Tatiana mentioned shared responsibility. We actually for joint ventures, which also means joint responsibility. We need to talk more with universities, private ones, state-owned ones, different non-formal education forms, startups. We need to make them meet and organize different meetings. Sometimes we need to have closed discussions because in order to achieve something, we need to voice our pain. Many people had negative experience with universities, others had positive experience, some had different experiences. So our task as a union is to be a platform for this joint venture. To start acting, we need to understand where we are. We don't have a shared understanding where we are. We have different visions. That's why, together with the Kiev School of Economics, we initiate a survey of tech industry to understand what are the requests from the higher education. What's the demand? It's very important for us to understand it. After that, we are going to survey educational institutions that offer different programs. These are going to be private and state-owned ones to understand what they offer and what's their request from the business environment. And as Timothy said, we have to work, we have to put all our efforts. And Pavlo Sheremeto said today that we have to become more productive because we'll have to win and rebuild our country. So I would like to thank the armed forces of Ukraine. Thank you all for coming, for staying till the end. Glory to Ukraine. Glory to heroes.